Well, this would happen the first game, well.
You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Ready.
We're back at Etihad Arena in Abu Dhabi. As many of you know, this has become a very special building and destination for UFC athletes. Back in the day, it was Fight Island. Now it's just Abu Dhabi, but special nonetheless. And we expect a lot of high-level action inside that octagon here tonight.
Nice punch to the head. Oh, big stick up top. That's another one.
Lands a big right hand early.
Clean punch. He's hurt. He's wobbling.
I mean, right away, no feeling out process. These boys just went and started fighting.
Just out of range with that right hook.
Oh, my goodness.
Nice spinning attack there, and able to land to the body. Just missed on that spinning attack. All right, so look at that. A cut has been opened around that eye area.
He's taking shots over and over again to that area, and now he's dealing with a cut.
Fighter lands a kick out, a pretty good one at that. That punch right there. His opponent's compromised this.
It's one thing to land a hard shot. It's another thing completely to land a perfect shot. And that was a hard shot.
All right, trying to pass here. As Glover Teixeira might say, not today.
Not today. Great job of following with the hips, keeping those legs locked and keeping them in full guard.
Now inside the closed guard.
And he's going to try to find ways to pass and move to a submission.
Back to his feet. Well, at this point, DC, I'm not sure if he's just biding his time or just trying to get some extra reps, but go finish the guy.
It seems like the guy's playing with his food. You know, he's having a good time out there. Everything's working. He's in the zone. It feels like at any moment he can end the night of his opponent. But he seems to be having fun. And hey, to each his own, I guess. I'd be rushing out of that octagon.
Yeah, you don't play with food.
No. This might be the biggest shot of this entire fight. He landed a massive hook to put his opponent on wobbly legs.
Big strikes continue to land.
He's got to start throwing down.
Oh, nice job working hard, posting, and getting back up. Well, he was setting up the hooks early and often tonight. Watch for him to try to set it up again here.
He's going to try to take him down. There you go.
Oh, slams him down with authority, DC. Now we'll see what he can do with it, but certainly an impactful moment in the round.
He slams him down with so much conviction, and nothing is more discouraging for your opponent than being lifted up off of his feet and then slammed back down to the mat. And there you go, again, half guard.
Inside the closed guard now.
I mean, he went right into his, watch the arm bar going up. That is tight. Oh, no! That's right,
Oh, submission defense, he gets out.
I mean, firmness in that moment. It looked like the fight was over. He was able to clear his head, put the guy into the mouth. Not a great position, but much better than getting his arm snapped in half from an arm bar.
Well, DC, this is what the fans paid to come and see. Multiple knockdowns on one side in that round, and it's amazing to think that as we sit here, this fight's not over yet.
It's not over yet. There's no 3 knockdown rule like in boxing.
Right.
So as long as the guy gets up,
Right.
the guy can continue to fight. It is a phenomenal fight.
Ready to fight? Ready.
All right, round 2.
block that punch. He's got to keep pressing here.
Almost in range with the straight left, but that's a miss.
Liver kick. If you take those kicks, it's going to shut your body off.
Oh, flying knee to the head. Oh, he lands a big left hand.
Good right hand.
Massive left hand. Big right hand. Just unable to quite find that range.
Nice leg kick.
Huge shot finds the top.
Great shot lands. And now he's got to go find that follow-up attempt. The kill shot is what they call it to go and end the fight. Big right hand.
Oh, huge knee.
Hurt him bad.
Oh, he gets back up. The question is for how long? Whiffs on the elbow.
Good kick.
Three minutes now to go in this one. Oh, you can hear the thwack from here as he lands another left. Right there, DC. He's rocked.
That was a beautiful hook. What a fight. Both of these guys are trying to finish.
Beautiful diving strike lands. Oh, big shots here. Oh, so an interesting decision there as he decides to stand up and relinquish the dominant position. All right, well, good news is he rocked, and bad news is he wasn't able to finish the job, and now his opponent's back in the fight.
I mean, you don't get those opportunities very often. You got to take...
All right, opens the guard, now stacked guard. Big shots landed by him now. Oh, getting leaky now. The hard ground and pound has opened up a cut.
He's got him stacked. He's dropping big ground.
Stop it, and he will.
Holy smokes.
What a fight. So no judges needed tonight as he pounds him out for the TKO. I'm hoping I get an invite to the after party. Well, he's going to enjoy watching this one back. Let's take a look at the replay of the knockout just a moment ago.
It was right hand after right hand after right hand. Finally, he found the one that hit the exact sweet spot that ended his opponent's night.
Just gonna let this ride for a little bit. Minutes in heaven.
All right, here we go. UFC lightweight title is on the line.
Beautiful setup to the leg kick.
Right back on those leg kicks.
And now the jab gets through. He's been working hard defensively. Kick block there. All right, here we go. First round is underway. No denying the big reach advantage for him tonight. We'll see if he can get that jab going early.
Look for him to circle on the outside. Use that long jab to keep his distance and only engage on his terms.
Oh, man, these fighters are trading strikes early on.
It's exactly what we expected from these two.
Oh, my goodness.
Big head kick. Oh!
It's a good right hand right there.
Ooh, that uppercut landed for him.
Oh, nice right hand.
All right, so he lands another hook there. He's fallen in love with that strike, but when you continue to land at this type of clip, why get away from it?
Why not? Why not fall in love with a punch that can't miss? He cannot miss with this hook. He's doing a good job of setting it up, fading out a jab, and then throwing the hook around his opponent's eye guard.
Oh, huge right hand.
That knee hurt him. Oh, nice high kick. He turned his entire body into that uppercut, and it landed exactly as he was hoping for. What a fight.
All right, well, he rocked him pretty good, but didn't sort of smell blood in the water, and now his opponent's back in the fight.
I mean, blood's in the water. You got to go get it. You got to go find the finish. You cannot let him off the hook like that, because now he will be motivated to try to go and hurt you at the end. Nice block.
Oh, and another leg kick lands flush, and now you're starting to see visible damage on that lead leg of his opponent.
Visible damage, and you see him starting to make mistakes now in his defenses because his leg is so beat up. It's red, it's all beat up, he's limping, he's turning away. There are so many things that he is doing wrong now because of the leg damage he has taken.
Oh, he cut a nasty cut on his lip. That one bears watching. Oh, we'll see if he can finish. Strong outside leg kick. 15 seconds to go. He landed another nice leg kick there. Round two next. All right, there's the horn indicating the end of the round. So the fighter now with a cut on his lip. That is something he's going to have to deal with. You see the cut man not waiting. All right, so Jairzinho Rozenstruik versus Alistair Overeem. It is not, but let us look. Round two is underway. Watch for him to set up that hook again now.
Oh, inside kick. Does a great job of mixing up his strikes. Lands another leg kick.
Oh, nice land with the knee. You see the taller fighter having no issue getting the limb to the target. Bleeding now, nasty cut on his nose.
We'll work with that jab. Jab lands.
Oh, nice land there with the punch. You see, he's taking advantage of what is an obvious edge and reach. Oh, and he lands another knee there, DC. He talked a lot to us about his length and his size advantage. Doesn't the connection by him there. His opponent could be out of here soon, DC.
He's almost done. I mean, when you get hit with a shot like that, you don't know whether to run, hide, grab, or wrestle. He's confused. He's as confused as he was on his first test in elementary school.
Ooh, arm triangle's in tight.
It's getting in very tight.
Oh, he's trying to buck the hips. Looked like he got the hand ready to tap.
I mean, look at that. What a beautiful display of submission defense. Not panicking in a position that is very, very difficult to deal with. He's in a dominant position. Look at him attacking the wrist. It's tight.
He turns. As many style points as you could produce. Whoa!
Oh, my goodness.
So what a win for him here tonight. He gets it done and gets it done by way of submission. He told us this week, I got to keep these judges out of it. Mission accomplished.
Absolutely. He is a phenomenal grappler. He said that he held the advantage there, and that would show itself in the fight. He proved that, and he gets a submission victory. Amazing.
All right, let's take a look back at the replay as he gets it done by submission tonight, champ.
Just watch how slowly he approaches the submission, though. He never rushes. He takes his time, but it's his trickiness. It's his ability to trick people into going to the floor with him that puts them in danger and finishing fights.
The official decision is now in. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Deans called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 30 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by tap out, and still the undisputed UFC lightweight champion of the world, Comeback Kid.
Well, many argue it's the UFC's toughest weight class. It's one of the more difficult belts to defend, but he certainly did just that here tonight. Congratulations to the undisputed UFC lightweight champion, your winner by submission. And now all that's left to do is to celebrate with the corner. Big finish and a big result here tonight.
You ready to fight? Ready.
Good to have you with us tonight. Of course, we are inside Toyota Center in Houston, Texas, USA. And every time I walk through these walls, I can't help but think about Gilbert Melendez and Diego Sanchez going toe-to-toe. Back in UFC 166, remember Rogan? Oh, my God.
It was the craziest fight. You could not believe what you were watching. These two guys said, this is the night that we make history. We're going to stand on a corner in the middle of the octagon and let them fly. And that's he landed it perfectly. Perfect placement. Perfect position. What a huge blow in a big moment in this fight.
Big right hand there. Ooh! All right, same back.
Oh, he got him again.
Stunned, drunk driving out there. We'll see if he can recover. That punch no good.
He's hurting him bad, man. That right hook is nasty.
Oh, that's a brutal cut on his nose. Bleeding.
And landed some nasty strikes.
Oh, my goodness.
Big left hook coming. It's blocked. Well, I'm no fighter, but if I rock a guy to that extent, I feel like I'm closing the show.
Absolutely. You gotta go close the show if you get a guy hurt that bad. You cannot back off and take your time. He's right for the pick. He's again.
Just over 2 minutes to go in what has been a furious round one. Oh, big shots raining down. Herb Dean steps in.
Oh!
Woo! You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. So how about that? What a moment for this fighter as he pounds him out for the TKO win. Relentless strikes landed across the board and a huge, huge win in his career.
John, that was so impressive. What an amazing display of finishing ability by this young fighter.
The official decision is in. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 3 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO and still the undisputed UFC lightweight champion of the world, Comeback Kid.
So there he is, and congratulations to the and still UFC undisputed lightweight champion. Man, was he on point tonight. He closed the show, attributed punches there, setting up the TKO, and now he can go back and celebrate with his coaches and training partners. Another monumental moment in the career of the undisputed best lightweight in the world.
Mm.
Ready to fight? Ready.
Yes, here we go. 5 rounds if needed for the UFC Lightweight Championship of the world.
Caught that kick there.
Oh, looking to land the leg kick. That one checked. Nicely timed kick to the body for the champion.
You can't bounce around with him. You got to get in his face and try to take the fight to him.
Oh, he gets tagged there. Nice combination.
Great block there.
Oh, you talk about mixing the martial arts. Perfect strategy here. Now drops inside that closed guard, DC.
Full guard. Let's see how patient he is as he attacks a submission or big ground and pound.
Just over 3 minutes to go. making all these shots count.
Oh, nice right hand by the champ, yeah.
Oh, these are some big punches here from the top, DC. He hasn't needed to enter his opponent's guard yet, and he may not have to.
He may not have to, but he's doing a real good job of being aware. There's danger when you're standing on top of your opponent like that. You gotta watch his up kicks. Notice how he leads with his hip when he goes to land the strike.
Drops down inside the now closed guard of his opponent.
Let's see how patient he is as he attacks a submission or big ground and pound.
All right, so a good job by him here. He continues to block these shots. Seems to see them coming a mile away.
He sees them coming a mile away, and he's blocking, he's rolling, he's slipping. He's doing a great job.
Well, that left hand has been there at times, not on that attempt. Unable to land with that punch. Well, he's been good tonight, but he missed with that one. And now they are throwing both sides with conviction. Oh, huge strike lands there, and somehow his opponent's chin held up.
His opponent's chin held up, but you do not want to be on the receiving end of those types of strikes.
Trying to pass the guard here, but a nice job by the bottom fighter defensively.
Bottom fighter did a fantastic job of following with his hip. Look at that, going into the armbar. Oh, he's got the armbar deep. This has got to be the end.
Oh, he's out!
He actually escaped. Look, I gotta stop writing these dudes' obituaries, man. I always think they're done. Surprise me.
So a strong 5 minutes down. All right, so it was all about the liver kicks and the body attack in that previous round, DC.
You ready to fight? You ready?
Second round underway. Blocks the shot there, lands that straight counter. Attempts the front kick there. Oh, and so now he lands another combination, so it's never just one shot. There's always 2 or 3 coming behind.
A lot of times people throw singular strikes. Not this gentleman. This man is stringing 4, 5, 6 in a row. What a great job.
Lands the lead right punch.
It's so clear that the guy that's going forward is the guy that's successful.
Oh, how technical is that? Nice straight punch. Misses with the right hand. Whiffs on the straight right hand. Nice head movement to slip the left hand. Oh, nasty cut right on the bridge of the nose. He is bleeding. Quick jab. All right, so a good job defensively by him here as he raises the guard and prevents any damage.
Shades of James Toney. Always seeing things coming at him. He's such a great defensive fighter.
Well, he's really starting to land a high number of strikes here in this second round. No denying that he has taken the message from his corner and picked up the pace here in round 2. Just over 2 minutes to go in the round. Head kick blocked.
You know, that's a big thing whenever you're blocking high kicks, man. You cannot just take the brunt of that kick on one arm. You have to get that cross arm to try and guide that kick so you don't take all of it.
So the blood really starting to flow. Every time that area gets targeted, that cut's getting worse.
It's getting worse and worse, and you see the blood starting to come down. That is when you start to watch the fighter to see what type of effect it's starting to take on him, whether or not he's reaching for it, whether or not he's confused by where it's at. You got to start to watch his reactions now as we go forward.
Well, you know this is the hurt business, and both guys are compromised at this stage of the fight.
Yeah, both. Yeah, he hurt real bad. He's still hurt. That's a right hand.
Clean with that offer. Well, straight right hand has been a good weapon for him. He misses with it there. 20 seconds to go round 2. cut there, right on the bridge of the nose. Head kick there as he lands, and maybe time to get the bonus checks ready.
I mean, this fight is about done. He's got him hurt very bad with this head kick. Now he has to find one more strike to end the night.
Well, his nose is just mangled. The cut appears to be the big issue. Let's get you some replays from that previous round.
I mean, he's getting hammered. He's going back to the well over and over again. And why would he not? His opponent wasn't good.
You ready to fight? Ready.
Here we go, third round of this championship fight. All right, so as this next round gets underway, hopefully the good action we saw in the last round will continue. Both fighters certainly had their ups and downs, both got the offense going, but now we'll see if one fighter or the other can really take control of what has been a very close fight thus far. He's looking for that left hand, not there. So the head strike's starting to pile up. Oh, swelling and blood. You wonder if at some point that's going to impact the breathing. Not a good situation for him here. Try to establish that jab. All right, good job by him there to raise the guard and protect his head.
He's doing a good job of keeping the guard high, blocking his head, making sure he's not taking those damaging strikes up top.
Just over 3 minutes to go now. Oh, lands another beautiful strike to the body, really starting to connect at will when it comes to working the body, and especially effective doing it later in this fight. Didn't see a lot of that from him in the earlier rounds.
Nice eyes on the defensive side.
Well, we may have the best cut men and women in the business, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do much with that cut. It continues to widen with every passing strike.
And you're fighting a great fighter. It's hard to deal with the damage of the cut while dealing with the level of the fighter in front of you. Right now, you've got to do something different to try and change the way that this fight is playing out. Nice transition. He's got him flat on his back. There it is. Now he's going to mount.
Lands with the ground and pound. Oh, man, he's still targeting that cut, and it is getting worse by the minute. Nice job by him there. He was being dominated and is able to reverse position. Oh, nice transition there. You call that a reversal?
Yeah, you turn your defense into offense. Defensively, you switch position and you go right on the offensive. That's exactly what he did.
And potentially a critical takedown here. All right, so the fighter's able to reverse position on the ground, and now he's got the dominant position.
Yeah, what a great job recognizing that once he got the reversal, he went right to his offense. He didn't wait, John. He did a good job of while his opponent goes, oh my goodness, I lost the position. He said, no, we're not done. I'm going to get to a dominant position myself.
All right, there's the horn signifying the end of the round, and he heads back to the stool, and hopefully he can stay in this fight because that is a severe cut that he's dealing with right now. All right, well, I'm no doctor. I'm not going to diagnose a broken nose, but a huge cut on the bridge, and his opponent continues to attack it.
Continues to attack it as he should. He did the damage. He was the one that landed the shot that opened up that cut. Now he's got to make his opponent pay for it. He was a bit lax in the defense, and now he's got that massive cut on the bridge of his nose.
Fourth round, fight scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. All right, here we go. The tension is palpable. Fourth round is underway. You've got a thing or two to say. Huge connection by him there.
He needs to get on his bicycle, John. He needs to get into space so that he doesn't get finished.
Unbelievable!
Holy smokes!
Make the bad man stop. A nice stoppage win for him here tonight, and the other side just couldn't handle the incoming assault. A flurry of punches, most of them upstairs, and when those big shots land repeatedly, the referee has no choice but to step in and call the fight. So there he is in full celebration mode now, the undisputed, reigning, defending UFC lightweight champion of the world. He came in with all the hype, with all the pressure, and he rose above it here tonight, getting his hand raised by way of the TKO for the champion. I'm just not sure who at 155 pounds is going to beat this guy.
Like, looking at the replay and the way they allow this to be a full replay, like it's not just a knockout, like they allow for the full highlight of it, and it show you more than the punches that just knocked them out. Fan. So that's where that flexibility comes from. Cool, we can figure out where the flexibility is at. It used to be as flexible. I was there now. Do it again, but lean back a little bit. Somebody said, and get some more padding for it. I'm gonna stretch my leg and I'm gonna let it go. Or is it okay? Here, this for flexibility every day. I'm just like that. Maybe I have to hold the front side straight out that hamstring. And I get into that flexibility muscle right there. It's not even about pain, it's about positioning. There we go. So, see that right there now, I'm just line rest be straight, push it straight. Point that toe. Switch that. Definitely not locked into the right place. Nope. Wasn't as controlled as the last one. See that? My legs straight up. Felt like my ankle was in my rib cage. Let that thing go. But here's the thing, there was no force pushing up enough for it to be stable enough for there to actually have any force coming down. Now, gravity, always gonna waste some amount. Force plus gravity give you anti-gravity. Go talk to the scientists about that. We can't really describe anti-gravity. I think it's alien and foreign. If you can't measure the distance above or below, within or without, then nothing floats. That's why the earth does that by itself. Because if you do it, you'll do it for a reason. But if the earth does it, it does it for a purpose. In different seasons, at different moments and times throughout life, without noticing it itself. Therefore, its mishaps may be with reason. Now, that's if you take it to a minuscule. It can go further. But if you take it back out to the big picture, that is Earth, it does that by itself. I check and see if my headset was on. Again, Earth does that by itself. And it's not to get anything from anyone or anything. And alone that purpose. It's not that people get in the way. It's not even that people get out of the way. Now, the intentions of the meteorites, did they have a conscious that you can blame and give weight and reason to unjustifiably? To crucify a natural entity, because entity includes the terminology thing, without degrading the value of whatever said creation is. Reason why when a human sees an individual who has passed many tests and they look at them and they believe that they have stolen that or had to steal something from people, such as innocence, in order to obtain, well, You can't steal what is given to you, and what is given to you never has to be taken. That's what a lot of people don't know. That's love. And a lot of people misconstrue that as only the privacy of intimacy, not intimacy publicly. And I go again to say, no one is in the way or out of the way. So I once upon a time said no one can get in my way. And I never was including my physical body in that, not knowing that there would be challenges along the way, though understanding the possibility of that. I wasn't saying that out of feeling better than anyone. I was just saying the sky's the limit. And that's a tattoo that I have. I mean, that's words that I have tattooed on myself. That is, no limits or limitless, you know, like the Netflix series, or, you know, Greater Than Gravity, the acrobatic group that I was a part of, and helped, you know, in many ways, not just then, but now, in mind, spirit, and memory. See, a lot of people didn't understand the memories because they were in the present moment. So, when I'm with you, I see the memory. Because I don't live in fear. So I'm present, mindful, but I see the memory. Therefore, I have memories. But if many don't see the memory, they don't remember, so things get disconnected. I don't believe it's subjective to substance that makes it so an individual is able to or not able to. Now, there may be adverbs, adjectives, accessories, characteristics, and manners that come with said different things that you do. Though that does not inherently dismantle your ability to be able to do. Now that is proper judgment. Because when you get there, it doesn't end. And when you get there, that's where recreation actually begins. Or recreation actually begins. Not reform. Because reform doesn't come before recreation does. First, recreation or recreation. And recreation is what you do with your free time. And what you decide to put people in while they have time, and you give them things to do in their not free time, then you are creating a tradition of deficit. So it's not making no one better necessarily. Some people get off easy, and that makes people more rotten. And then, to go further, this is what a judge is supposed to do. Get to the point that I said. Those things don't dismiss. And what they don't do is give you a heavier burden. But they don't lighten the burden. And you have to be very mature to understand that. And then once you get past that point, it's not about everyone else's judgment about it. It's not your judgment about it. It's about when it began. And when it began is not the day that it was ended. And when it began was time previous. So you have to remember in order to connect logic with feeling, to have a certain order of operations of how to solve someone's life problem, because that's what a judge is supposed to do. The judge is supposed to solve not just someone. And the reason why in the court it says in God we trust is because the judge isn't supposed to be on good or bad side, or evil or good side. A judge is supposed to be on nobody's side. A judge isn't even supposed to be on their own side. A judge should have a philosophy that solves problems and many don't understand. That's divine order. Now, when you come to the situation, you figure out what was done, what can be done, what will be done, what has been done, what no one knows is being done. And it's not who's been sneaking, who's got this hidden information. It's all of this information is already here. Why do I need that information? Before I overstimulate myself, what are the things that I need? So afterwards, the overstimulation can support me in making a proper decision for humanity. Not a proper decision for humanity. Catch 22. The decisions that are right for the forward movement, not of the people, of the world. And judges don't even have enough time to do that. You know why? Because if you're in a relationship, as anyone in law enforcement, then you put everyone who is your family at risk, even if you have life insurance. Because what can be done is, regardless of having insurance, you could be of non-existence, but still connected to many people who are connected to you, who can be vigilantes. And also, if you aren't a good leader, they won't be loving enough. They won't be strong enough to make it through the times where things are rough. And it doesn't mean only money is down. It means emotion can be bad. Life can feel good, no matter if it's down or not. Well, I am a life coach. I am a mindfulness certified individual as well. I did go to school for psychology. Like, I went to college. When people say school, you have to figure out what level of school it is. When people tell you what it is on the back end of it, context clues allows you to figure out where you can figure out how that can be even studied. Psychology, sociology. Taking my time because just allowing my mind to feel this. You ever actually feel a signal of your mind. The frequency. You know how radios have a static anytime you switch between them. It's like a static that doesn't stop until you stop noticing it. And then when you notice it, all the information that was previous on the way up is still there. You just don't have the time to catch it with words. Not all of it anyway. So if someone is paying attention, conversation never ends when it's done. Because the conversation starts anytime you remember where it ended. And if you remember where the conversation started after it ended, then you'll always have something to talk about. Even when you have no words to say anything. That's what my definition of love is. That's challenging for a lot of people to understand. Because you have materials that you give conscious decision making, not your own decision making, but as in it makes its own decision, which kind of gives power to it. It doesn't give you any more value, it gives more value to the thing. Notice how I didn't say the other word. I just noticed. That's why I said notice. Because I'm actively listening to myself as I'm speaking. Meaning, what you hear, I hear. What you don't hear, I see. And I hear. If somebody had something and they told you that they were doing a channel instead of it just being a channel, you would call it channeling. I know who that's for. That's why I said it. No need to tell you who told me to say it. Or how such things could be so perfectly aligned that there need not be a middleman for everything on every realm to be connected. For said to be said, words exist, thoughts do not. When you don't say any words, does not mean thoughts are not being produced, because everyone else is thinking. When everyone else is thinking, and your thoughts are organizing themselves, you're the only one being. So sometimes you're the odd one out, because you're the only one existing. Wait a second. What's done in the dark comes to light. If you don't put it in the comments, I'm not gonna be able to put in the comments and it seems like it's okay. If you put the W's in the chat, that makes sense. And if you do that by yourself, now you're a leader. This was not an easy fight. And oftentimes, the reason why I don't skip past the replay, I do. From time to time it will happen. It'll happen faster than times than others. Without being completely disconnected. So the only reason why I watched the replay is out of respect for them, even if I win. I'm not step away from a replay where I'm loose. Well, it's only the rush in the self-development. To judge someone and have a side is a flawed system. You can't love anyone and you can't hate anyone. It should be by law that anyone who is in certain positions can't be in a relationship. Because many people aren't actually sacrificing what they think that they're sacrificing. Because they're not in the mentality of growth. They're in the mentality of scarcity. And there's a lot of people who have a lot of things. Money being one of those things. A lot of people with a lot of money are in the mentality of lack through believing that they have little. And believing that they have so little by saying that they have so much that they believe that other people are below them. Let me say it again. Some people are in a mindset of scarcity, of lack. That money is one of the things. I say again, money is one of the entities that people have. By having money, many believe that this entity raises them to be above or below another person. Believing that it makes their value more or less. The more of one thing outside of yourself you have, the more of its own value you add to it. Meaning that money by itself is becoming more valuable. Meaning the more money one person has, the more someone else has less to have money. The more money many people have, the more less many people have to have money. The more many people have less, which is then what the entity becomes. That's finances become less. At a certain period of time in existence when finances was created, that space that I said at the beginning, where if it was one of currency, then it increased the value of the currency itself. That's something that happens by itself. In sociology, you have person versus self. I'm about to teach you something. I'm about to teach the world something. It's not thinking backwards. This is how you're supposed to think forwards, because humans think backwards. I'm not judging. I'm speaking facts. In sociology, and that is when you become a master in psychology and sociology together, then you have the class social psychology. Hear me out. That's when you get the class. You become a doctor in psychology and sociology, which is social psychology. Now, by themselves, you're not a master. So, without the sociology and psychology, you're not a master in it. And for not remembering, the exact word and not wanting to be out of order, to the latter of what I previously said. There's a lot going on right now. Though, I'm keeping my mind on track while I'm still assuring you. That's called being a leader. Without complaining about it. Now, social psychology is a college course at a high level by itself. So if you take the course by itself, it's a specific level of psychology or sociology. That's my major and my minor. Okay. Now, social psychology, you have person versus self. That's money. That's 1 plus 1 equal 2. So money plus money equal a problem, even if it's good, because it's only 2. That means 1 plus 1 equal 3, because you have 3 problems, 1 solution, and now you have 4 situations. That is love, that is loss, that is betrayal, that is underdevelopment, that's just a subconscious to this conscious conversation from elevated consciousness. That's who I am. I'll let my mind get sentimental about that. I look forward to what was previously said. That is, when you have money, right? Nothing is wrong with it by itself. When you have humans, nothing is wrong with them by themselves. That's okay. You add one human and another human, that's problem for by itself. Hold on to that understanding. Because that one does a lot of damage and it make your mind go everywhere, so I'm gonna need you to pull it back here. This one's a lot easier to think about. But it does that same thing without you knowing it has that same power to do that same damage. Now you add $1. No, you have $1. And you add $1 to that. And you have $2. it looks like you don't have a third. But the way that the consciousness works in a 3D dimension, because 3D is mental, because 3D is a complex, it's a depth, and it can be considered feeling superior or inferior. When you add in mind what $1 plus $1 is, you don't think it's $2. Most people don't, unless you're really struggling, or unless you have something a lot to gain from it. You know, such simple transactions, and we all do, but we forget that. $1 plus $1 can get you something. So that's an imaginary number. That's sacred geometry. That's your creativity being controlled. That's what that is. When life becomes transactional, then that's your creativity being controlled. A lot of people would believe that knowing this could be problematic. It's more problematic that you don't know. Everything will stay the same and change. Because 1 plus 1 equals 4. Not 2. Because the exponent is where you get the 2. Because in exponential situations, do you only get a girlfriend? Do you only get a boyfriend? Do you only get a husband? Do you only get a wife? Do you only get a mom? Do you get a father? You get grandparents, siblings? Those things are miracles on a minute scale that are really deep to us if you talk about it. Though, if people being and people thinking, and a lot of people are not thinking about those things because they're too busy thinking about how to organize those entities. So a lot of people aren't being to remember the value of one. As in social psychology, person versus self. And how when you spread finances across many people, that's person versus group. And you spread that finance amongst many people. And it's not. If you don't, it's even better, because it's even worse however far on either side of the spectrum you go. Though if it's not possible for you to be a silver surfer, you know, Atlas, if it's not possible for you to actually be a silver surfer, it's not portrayed that you're perfect. It's not portrayed you're imperfect. It's not worrying about it, and it's not worrying about it. It's not handling that or not handling that. Because none of that exists, and all of it exists at the same time. Which means, if you say it's a problem, it is a problem. If you say it's not a problem, it's still a problem. If you say it's not a problem, it's not a problem. If you say it's not a problem, it's still a problem. That's positive and negative reinforcement in social psychology. You can tell I learned it well because of the way I can teach it. When it comes to finances by itself, you have $1. And you have already the first problem. The first problem is not solved. First problem is 1 plus 1 equals 4. The problem is not that it does. It's not the problem that it makes sense or it doesn't. It's why is it incorrect and how could you make incorrect sound like it makes sense? So you figure out order when there is no order altogether. How do you create order in creation, not how you create control in creation? Now order looks like control, but to someone who has control, they know it's all about order and it's nothing about control. You take time and you understand what we could do in mind with 1 + 1 and its value of what it can get us. Here's the thing. The lower the number it is, whatever it can get you is probably all it can get you. The higher the number it is, the more it can get you of whatever that low number could get you, and that low number is the only thing that you could get with that. Even though 1 + 1 = 2, you may get one thing with those $2. And one day you may have $1 and you may add 99 onto that. And you may find yourself getting just one thing. When you used to only want that one thing. And if you do the math of division, that's where you put the line underneath it. That's when you trip yourself up in life sometimes. Not because you had a mishap or a mistake. Because you put your seatbelt on, even if you don't need one. And it's not having it on, even if you don't need one. You don't have one if you got one. And you don't need one if you have one. It's like a bird not trusting the branch. Knowing that its wings are capable, even if things go to situations as close as 2 feet from the ground. "30 feet, 28 feet drop," that's a lot of time to not know and then figure out 2 feet before you hit the ground, and then everything stops. When you understand how fast you're moving down, or it felt that way, how fast the world was moving up on you. Now, more on 1 to 100 is a lot to value if you know what 1 + 1 is. Anything that involves incorrect behavior. It has to, or else it wouldn't be fun, because order isn't fun. And if it was, order would be called fun, but it's not. Remember, we are talking about judges. Law enforcement. Them being inconsiderate of their own people because they're doing something that no matter what, it's like being a drug dealer. Even once you get out of the game, there's a possibility, because the game still exists around you and it never needed you to begin with. You see what I'm saying? It's not about the people. It's not even about the game. When you have that much and you understand the value of it, if you can make 2 be 4, and that's the feeling, you get me? Like, that's romance, that's love. When somebody owe you something, and you be like, hey, can you let me slide? And you don't hold a grudge. When you can, even when you should, and you don't, and then you don't throw that in someone's face, and they don't throw it back in your face, that's love. That's called mutual love. When you know somebody wrong, and you realize that they know they're wrong, you don't have to do nothing else. But doing nothing is only done because you're focused on what has been done. When you start doing what already was being done, you realize you start living your life again. Having that kind of jump in mind isn't about money. It's not even about intelligence or knowledge. I'm not gonna say I know the reason of the intelligence. I just say person versus group. You got 99 versus 1, but you could do 1 plus 99, and that gets you to 100, and that's going to show you the value of something, right? Though, if you got 1 versus 99, now you got group versus group. Nobody said the groups had to be the same size. Groups are categories that separate it for whatever demographic of material existence that can possibly be categorized. Let me process that real quick. That made my eye twitch a little bit right there. My brain doing this thing in the middle. Then my brows. People gonna talk about, I know about the brow chakra. It's funny because the information that was information is gonna start being hidden. And it's not gonna be hidden because it's hidden. It's only gonna be hidden because the focus is gonna be distorted, which means the information that was already there, called common sense, won't exist to many generations that are moving forward. And if this generation don't keep common sense for our common sense sake, then their common sense will be considered common sense instead of the discomfort of common sense without explanation. And it's not explaining makes you it. It's when it's happening, it's not explained so that it can continue. Not so it can go against, because if it's to go against, that's ignorance. That's the act of ignorance, and ignorance is a sin for that reason, because it can be act, not something you do on accident. It's only ignorance when you're acting in it, like movie stars. Now, this is where I already said 3 of them, didn't I? person versus person. Because I don't know what the next process of information it is that I'm about to tell you. I don't know the next words that's going to come out of my mouth, right? But I bet you the next words that come out of my mouth are going to be like if you were to flip to a book in a page and then go to the process and then get the information and you're like, give me a sign, and then you're like, here's the information, and then you're like, I found the information, and you're like, you did the process of the Fibonacci sequence, and I am the Fibonacci sequence, so I do the Fibonacci sequence, and I don't need a process or order of operation or too many other people to do those things for me to have it figured out or just be God. Unexplainable, unapologetic, and without trying to be like, I'm the best in the world, praise me. I didn't say praise me, because I don't think God ever told you to, praise him. It may say give the glory to, because he would never ask you to give him glory. He's so selfish. Never talk about nobody else. Always saving people. Helping people. Whatever they do, they seem to get something out of it. Altruistic. And that's why God is the altruistic God, not the selfish God. And as long as everybody call God selfish, you would never have anything that you would ever wish for. As long as that's a generational curse that you put among yourself, you would never have anything close to the blessings that you're actually supposed to be getting. And the blessing that you're already getting, they're great, ain't they? You'll never be close to the blessing that you could be having entirely. I'm talking about not just in work, not just in finances, because that's where less is at. I'm talking about something you can't control called life. Something you can support and nourish and then flourish. And the atmosphere asks for people's energy to be in a certain way of being in order for it to brighten or be better, or even put itself in an oxytocin to make you evolve. If you don't bring the thing that a chimera or an intersex person or hermaphrodite, simultaneous hermaphrodite, not a transsexual, someone who is everything and nothing at the same time, get it? Because if you're just one thing and you feel like you're not your entire self, and if somebody identifies someone like that as one thing, then you try to make them not feel like their entire self. So someone like me whose body regulates itself and produces an environment for no matter what's going on, feminine or masculine, that it can seem like it dismantles, disrupts, or amplifies whatever is going on, isn't lack thereof control. It's the embodiment of all things and nothing at the same time. Because what I'm talking about, science can explain it to you, can show it to you, but you still will never be able to see that with your eyes. Still may not be able to think about it with your mind unless it's present or someone else is bringing it to the forefront. Because these things do not exist to you, but they do exist in general without you recognizing them existing in this way. But they can only be seen first in one way before they are noticed in all the ways possible. That's having an eye for something in order to have a sense for something, to then have an instinct for something, and then have an intuition above, below, within, and without something. And a lot of people think intuition is just having something without something. Having intuition while you have something has been thankful that God gave you what God gave you. Having intuition without having something is having faith that you can get what God gave you. Having intuition within inside yourself is called instinct, because it's like an X and a Y. You can't have instinct without intuition. It's like a cat falling and then landing on his feet. The intuition is the only thing that gave it the instinct to be able to land on its feet. Since life is two-dimensional, there is never just one side to the story. And since 1 + 1 = 2, we're looking for this third part, just not the third one, this fourth one in social psychology. I'm not looking for it, actually. I'm talking. And that's not a projection. That's just an explanation of what's going on, because I don't believe that seeing makes someone believe someone is intelligent. Looking at someone makes you believe someone is less intelligent or more intelligent, and that's why you don't need to look at them. Because I know how the world views, and I know how I'm not willing in the mind of others. And just based off of those two things. Sometimes when people say I'm unruly or challenging or hard to be around, I'm not even there to begin with. It's inconsiderate and highly rude to believe that you can make someone else be so important. And here's the thing. If you put anyone over anyone, you then have belittled someone. That means you are invoking sacrifice. That means you're enabling death of that person if the situation is that dire, because people make jokes. Humans believe those things exist, and in a civilization people want to make that a thing. So with that being a thing, now you got 1 + 1 = 5. That's a 5-dimensional world. That's when people add more things called manners to principles. If you had 12 principles and 20 manners for each principle, and without making it past the first 20 manners for each principle, you didn't get to the next principle. That's how these things are moving. And people want what they want faster. But you're putting more things into the movement, which means you're stalking your traffic. And it doesn't mean like, it's not easy to just see it, you know what I mean? You gotta have a reference. When you're stalking your progress, you're micromanaging yourself when you're already having to micromanage your process. And the only way to manage your process is to lose control enough to then find yourself again. And if you try to make everybody else the reason why you want to gain control of yourself again, you would then be going around trying to make other people lose control of themselves. And it's not like, I do this because I do this. No, you don't. It's not. If you knew better, you would do better. It's just, if somebody came in your life and killed you with love, you would know nothing else. So therefore, you never knew love to begin with. It's more dangerous to be a lover than it is to be a killer. Because when you're a killer, you know that your adversary will die one day. When you're a lover, you know this. You know that your adversary may love more than you do. May be loved more than you are. Though when their time comes, those who came along with them may never see how you're the one who got them alone the entire time. Because it was in your ability to showcase strength to their head. You know, their thoughts, the way that they believe someone was, and how someone else can be tested, pushed, or bent, for someone else to be built. That's like other acts of existence just put on display. Could be considered intimacy, but since it's transactional, it's not. You're still thinking about it. Okay. Alright. Person versus self. Person versus person. That's the next one that we getting at. I don't know what I just said kind of explain all the things that I was rambling about. You have person versus self, person versus group, group versus group, person versus person. Those are the 4 categories of this sociological, psychological way of perceiving the way that the world exists in a civilization only. And civilization is anything that is in colony, category, demographic, geographic. That would be all entities in existence based off of existence needing to be in pair to strengthen itself. That is not good or bad. That's just the order that happens. The good or the bad that comes from that is called systematic and judgmental lust. Systematic and judgmental lust. The hope that something is better, not the chance to prove something is better, without saying something is worse or better. And it's not a talking in circles. It's a, if you have a mind, then you're able to think forwards. Because life is a Fibonacci sequence, meaning life is a thing that happens in a circle that travels in a sense of a cone for any direction, at any angle, at any trajectory. And if you know that, and you're actually a sapiosexual being, right? Because intelligence is something that you're intricate about, something that actually matters to you, something that actually does something in a sense where it makes you grow to be a better person. And that's what being a sapiosexual is about, making other people better. Because you make yourself better with intelligence, and you notice that somebody has intelligence to make someone else better. But there's a lot of people who say they're sapiosexual, and they only do that for selfish reasons, which means you're only heterosexual. You don't tell nobody fun facts for no reason. You don't tell nobody information just because. And you do this one thing. Give yourself negative reinforcement to identify why you shouldn't do something, rather than giving yourself positive punishment over the negative reinforcement, so that you can give yourself a stronger why to do something. It's not an attempt to sound smart. It's, if you were here at the beginning of the conversation, then only then you know if you know. And if you don't, then you really don't. Because you have to be actively listening without feeling emotional about anything, because the place in which I'm coming from is a place of no emotions attached, and it's no apathy. It's sympathy and empathy to hear and understand and know what's really going on. That's called intuition. Without taking anything personal. It's when someone wants you to feel something personal, then they do things and they want you to feel things are supposed to be handled that way. Because racism exists, indifference exists, stereotypes exist, favoritism exists, sexualities interfering with business exists. Your job is your duty to the existence of the world. And when you are born into this world and you are given safety, there's one thing you sacrifice for your safety, and it's your chastity. And if you can't sacrifice that, it's not if everybody else says that you're not sacrificing it. If you can't sacrifice that for certain positions in life, then you shouldn't work in certain fields. You shouldn't work in a hospital. You shouldn't be a police officer. You should not be a construction worker. You know what retirement's for? Having a family. You know when you're really supposed to have a family? 60 to 75. And when you figure that part out, they'll say science proved it from studies. But you can't study something and it be considered a random idea. So if you study something and you don't tell people why you're studying something, then the credit was never yours to begin with. And if your reason isn't a college master's dissertation of why you studied something, then it's invalid. Like, legitimately. So yeah, people can credit themselves something great. You can say you're a doctor and this and that. But after you become a doctor, you've stopped writing your dissertation. And that's the only thing that makes you who you are. And that's the thing you don't do at all. Because you don't have time for that. Because you got family. Because you want to have fun. Because you don't know how to do all that and have a family and have fun yet. And that's the thing a lot of adults don't want to talk about. A lot of women want to say that men don't know how to do that. And it's not just men don't know how to do that. Everybody struggles to do that. Because everybody is a person, an entity made how they are made, not an animal. You can act to be one before you learn how to master yourself to become the being that you are. Imagine someone giving you information that only will exist because they give you that information in areas that you want it to exist, for you to be told the way you want to be heard. That wouldn't exist without me. If age is just a number, and that does not logically make sense for relationships between all individuals, then age is only just a number. Means you can accomplish anything, no matter how old or how young you are. And being younger doesn't determine the extent of your accomplishments or your wisdom. And being old does not mean that you obtain wisdom of every second to every moment of every existent present moment in your lifetime. In the numerological order, that you are aged. Meaning, someone can be born and become a prodigy, and be a prodigy. And even though others can accomplish what that person is accomplishing, and they're older, it's sinful to be in competition with someone younger than you in that sense. Because you should already have been past those things for yourself. You should already make it past that milestone in life. Because milestone means something you do before you die. That's exactly what it means. So if you want to live life, then you talk about living life, and you kind of remember yourself along the way. A lot of people say I'm not my body. People don't realize everybody lives life like we're not our bodies, and that's the reason why people get injured, and that's the reason why accidents happen, or they're considered to be a thing that can happen for children, women, animals, or things that are entities that we consider like meteorites to have no cognitive dissonance to judgment. I'm not gonna say resonance because it does resonate. It's just not, separated too far. Which, the reason why it's not too separated too far is because it causes an issue. A person and a person cause an issue. The inception of justice can appear quicker than a meteor hitting the planet, and then it not being able to be explained by you or anybody or anything. And what does explain it, you don't want to hear. That's called ignorance. Death by ignorance. Not death by taking a leap of faith, because taking a leap of faith is doing something you have done or even things you never done before. But you could sit at the highest, and like Lucifer, you could jump to the lowest lows, but you could jump to the highest highs first, being higher than you've ever been before. You can land back in the same place, or you can make a decision, and you can go even deeper than that, and you can go with inside yourself even to your darkest days. And you can sit with that for some time, and then when you land where you are to be, you would have made that decision, that choice, not to lower yourself, though to develop yourself and strengthen yourself again. to improve your wisdom. If you don't believe that you can gather knowledge from the things that you're doing, then you should give your job away. Because the day that your job becomes so stressful that you don't learn anything, that's the only time that you stop having fun. And fun isn't something that you need to not have, but fun isn't something that you need to organize for the purpose of it looking like you're taking a break. And you shouldn't be taking a break. And the only reason why I say these things is, through me, this is what the world is saying that they believe to be the counsel that they want to go on for everyone's livelihood. They was like, you're the monster to me. I think to myself, some people listen to my voice and they tell me it shouldn't even fit me. And then there comes times where people hear what I say and they stop actively listening because they don't realize actively listening means to be in your head and out of your head at the same time, which then feels like an acid trip or a lucid dream or astral projection or astral travel where you're not traveling. To believe that you need to travel before you learn how to sit in the astral understanding is the first problem. And since no one talks about it, no one even knows how to talk about it. Everyone finds it weird to talk about these things. Everyone wants to be able to make movies about these things and even learn how to do these things if somebody said it was possible. But without someone telling you that it's possible, people are not even going to try these things. And when someone who not just believes it to exist, knows said things exist without someone saying it doesn't exist, and even without knowing it to exist, could create it without having to do that thing for it to exist. Do you know how I created the meta? Do you know where the VR came from? Besides occult knowledge, do you know where information from the last 20 years have come from? They be like, here's the new meta. Do you know why they call it meta? Because metacognition. And before you knew what metacognition was, they prep you by giving you the information without telling you the full information, by giving you the ebonics to the information so you can normalize it without knowing it was already existed, because that's a person. Like Metatron. Metacognition, right? It used to be the alpha, the beta. So, meta is a way that you think in mind. An astral plane, right? See, the main thing that I forgot about it. And I got this knot on my head. And they believe just because they can do this thing that they created it, and they give no respect to the person that created it. You ever seen somewhere turn from being green in order to support keeping it great, it goes to being worse. And then, wait, here's the healthy part. And it goes even further, but with much intensity, even more than the energy that it takes to feel the love that two can transact. Transact, get it? Because a transsexual is someone who is bisexual without the act. And a man and a woman who comes together, since they're two different beings, but they're coming together in union, is called transactional. Because they're trading sanction for they're trading danger for safety and safety for danger. So whoever was the safest is now in danger. Whoever was in danger is the safest. That's called masculine and feminine energy. Now, no matter what, if you have to pay for intimacy, life is transactional. Because the S is silent. Transactional. Because that's how it actually goes. As in confusion. That SAC, anytime you see a SAC, that means confusion. SAC. And I don't even remember it. Don't know it. Don't know why. SAC, yeah. Because it's something. Words will tell you something. Was it the context? That's the middle of the word. There's another word that actually describes what it's called, but that's what we're saying. That part in the middle of the word. That right there, that's the purpose. That means it's going to take from you. It don't matter how good it is. And I ain't talking about nothing specific. When you spend your money, no matter how great it is, it's not, it can be worse. No matter how great it is, without it, it's going to be bad. But there's only one thing that you lose with it. And you won't have once you have, and you won't have once you don't have it anymore. Once you've already had it. That's the money that you spend. For the transaction. And the transaction is not the money. Transaction is the action. It's in the work. It's the action that you take for things to go through one portal of mentality to the next portal of existence. That is 1 plus 99 getting you 100, or 1 versus 99 getting you the absolute 1 or absolute 99, or not knowing the value of either, because most fools are rich. No one who's ever been intelligent in history has ever been a rich person. That's why y'all think the world is ran by sociopaths. Not because they are or they aren't. You know what I mean? And I mean you are or you aren't. You know what I mean? So chill. But what they do mean is they're foolish enough to let people die around them. That's what it comes down to. I know it's super extent. It's not, you can't say nothing with money because that can come back around. It can keep people alive even if other things around it go. But here's the thing. Those people are foolish enough to let other people die around them. And that's the accident. Get it? I'm about to teach you something. You ain't never heard it. I ain't never said it. I'm about to put it on the spot right here. Accident. Now you take the dent and you put the s. That's a sin because it's something that, you know, has a root. It's an act, sin. But dent, dent. Because regardless if it was on purpose, like regardless if you intended to do something or you didn't intend to do something, nobody can't say what happened did not happen. So a judge who tell you that what we figured out happened, that's not a judge. They need to be fired immediately. Reason why that's not a judge. Give me a second, because that's a lot. Because I just talked about a lot of people's life, you know, livelihood and stuff like that. And people think that I'm coming for their life. And what I'm really coming for is they discipline their behavior. And the thing is, like, a lot of people don't want to get better, so they too busy thinking that I'm talking mess about them instead of like, hey, this is what you need to do. This is not how I perceive you. This is what's actually going on. Like, that's not how I see you. This is what, if you put this into ChatGPT is going to give you the same line of information, but it's not a cognitive, physical representation of something that you can hurt in any way possible. And it appears to be something that you need more than needs you, because to you believe it to be more superior than you are. And if you didn't believe it to be more superior than you were, then you wouldn't ask it to give you information and knowledge that you don't think that you have. Now, you may be fighting against racism, but you are not fighting against racism, because you're allowing a race to be won against you by putting bots and AI above you in any way, shape, or form. It's like putting another race of creatures above you, and you be like, yeah, they the best. You know what I notice? Every time I give somebody a compliment, they think that I'm putting somebody above me. But I'm just humble enough to know that I am great, and I from the information that is the greatness, that is the thing, that is the truth. And a lot of people don't understand what greatness is. So a lot of people see fake as real and don't recognize real as real. So I don't have time to have these type of words with a lot of people, because people don't have ear to listen. They don't have speed to hear. They say what too often. What is a error or a glitch in the matrix to make someone forget stuff? Every time someone says what, it's a trigger to make you forget and to make them forget, which means that those people have dealt with a lot of mental and verbal abuse as a child, and instead of changing or fixing it, people have coddled them and babied them and allowed them to ignore and have no punishments for ignorance, besides having lost relationships, lost jobs. Like the people that they be trying to humble, they be like, lose relationships. No, they be like, you never get one. They're like, jobs. You'll never get the ones you need. When it comes to the people that they coddle, they be like, we'll just wait until they improve, because the thing about life is everybody keeps improving as they go on. And if somebody was already stubborn and strong, that means you enable them with love, and now they're going to get stronger faster. And then you keep letting them siphon off of you, and you're not trying to get strong. They're going to get smarter, stronger, faster. And then you're going to do a placebo effect called intoxication. And then one day, you're going to decide to forget that you ever remembered what you're supposed to remember, which means you abandon yourself. And then after you abandon yourself for corruption, and the corruption isn't something that's going on outside you, That is what was already partaken inside you, in order to let whatever is to go on. You know, they're not the bad boys. That's definitely not what they are. Because if you can identify them as bad, then they were never bad to begin with. And if you identify them as bad and they don't mean what we all know bad to really mean, then you never knew to begin with. So, you're trying to promote the negativity of the world. That would be the person versus self thing. That's where people create suicides and mental illnesses and false representations of other people. Conversation starts and stops wherever the conversation begins. Let me see something. In mine. I don't look at that. I've been thinking. Let me do this real quick. Again, in physiology, the body language, because body language is the only language that people know that exists ever. Words aren't even a language to humans. Body language is the language. And then what the positive reinforcement is to the negative punishment is you call yourself submissive or feminine. And you call him masculine. They don't see themselves that way. You know why every masculine man don't see himself as masculine? Because the people that see them as masculine are women. And that's why men don't necessarily invade each other's space or bodies without it being in something called deformation camp. A boot camp to lose anything that was considered to be a good quality. That's what they do when they put people into what they put them in, and that's what they call it that. They want you to think that's prison when existence is prison. Going to prison is a further de-evolution. Life is already a prison. And when you make it to the top of the prison, you're not a guard. You're just a pretty couch prisoner. Still on Earth. Until you learn how to meditate and share their finances. And don't be mad when you are sharing it. You can't say that to me. You really can't. And that's the only reason why I could talk about it. People be like, Lord, do this. I'm not going to say do that. But if you want to say that, then you could be the one who was struck down. Because I wouldn't do none of that. I'd end up getting superpowers faster than I need to. So be careful what you wish of me. Assertiveness is this. The separation between the transaction of a male and a female, which identifies individually feminine and masculine energy, and that's why you say female and male, because it separates masculine and feminine energy. If you say woman, then you still connect a man and a woman, and you never separate a woman or even put a woman first, because you put one man first, which is why women say, you know, they're inclusive with it, but they don't even do it with the WOMEN. Identification has become judgment. Suspicion is something that has a date and a time, which means it has a what is it? A date to practice to meet. A date to practice to meet is what suspicion is. Expectation is a previous example. That's why it starts with EX. Because it's previous, not futuristic. So if you have expectations, it's a passive experience. Unhealed trauma that you haven't let heal, because you identify it as a standard of expectation when it can be way better than that, and wanting it to be better than that can only make it worse. So again, when it comes to those positions, people don't need to be in relationships. And then you will learn how long you can stay alive. And then you will learn what suffering truly is, not what suffering is made to be. And then you understand what Earth being a prison is really about. And then people will really understand why you create a recreation center instead of the evolution centers. Because if you want to make something great, you make your weakest chain, your weakest link, stronger, not weaker, even if it is weak. You can't treat the strongest like they're the weakest. And if you do treat the strongest like they're the weakest, then nothing will be great, ever. And if you allow your indifference to become bias, called separation, nothing that you want to happen, even if it's successful, will be fulfilling. Because success does not determine satisfaction. Success is a step in the process of satisfaction. Without success, there can be no satisfaction. So those who seem to never be satisfied may know rejection. So they don't pretend like it doesn't exist. That's real. Those who can identify that that's something that exists aren't consulting that it's not a thing, because the exact consultant to say that it's not a thing can be the same thing that turns it into a thing. Therefore, catch-22. She has lied, doing a sin accidentally. flaw. Saying you don't want something to happen, and then waiting long enough to not want it to happen, that it does happen, instead of working in the direction that makes it so it's possible for whatever it is, the direction you want it to be, that's the outcome, is worked on. You don't work on something by saying that's the outcome that you want. You work on something by figuring out how to get to that outcome. A logical way, not the simplest way, because the simplest way means you can cut all the corners. And if you do it the logical way, then that means you do it in a way where someone else can follow in that same direction. So, age, seniority, elder, dying and resurrecting, knowledge and wisdom, that means something. And to attempt to make me feel like those things mean nothing, just because you see me as a man. That'd be one of the very reasons. I can't help it. You know, God's job was to protect everybody. It wouldn't be his job to protect everybody against their own free will to protect them. So if anybody asks God to not protect them, God protect all people, even if you were to believe or not believe. If you were to follow in that direction or be on this side. A lot of people don't understand that. That's why they seem like bad things don't happen to bad people, because God protect all people. That's why you would think that God is a bad person. Y'all say God love everybody. The only love is the protection. Without that protection, miracles don't happen in the individual human's life. So when God stops protecting those on the light or the dark side, what follows is you are consumed by the environment in which you are. Or, based on requests, you are directed where you need to be. Because you could be directed there or there, here on earth, by me. That's why it can be heaven or hell on earth. Because I can direct you here. To either one. Just based off of that metacognition. Because it's my job. It's not because I chose that to be my job. If you could do anything for the rest of your life and it was something that you weren't paid to do, then you would be living your past life, because many people's past life did not involve money or currency. It just involved you having a craft that kept you alive, and life being life, supporting you with things that it has. You've been strong enough to wait on time. A lot of people don't value it. Look at this. I'm 10-0. You know what's even crazier? This is the first time I've ever been up there. about, you know what? It is about being special. Because if somebody else died and resurrected, that would make them special. Not mentally ill. If anybody outside of me died and resurrected, it's not about you would want somebody to know about it. Someone would have to know about it in order to be with you. And that's not be in a relationship with you. Like, to coexist around you, they would have to know that, because if they don't know that you died and resurrected, then your life, the way you live your life, wouldn't make sense to them at all. And people misconstruing your life can determine if they tell the information properly about you or not. And people properly talking about another person gets or blocks someone's journey, and properly expressing something about someone is the priority. Even if that don't make us look like the best. And sometimes people don't understand how to do that. And they don't know that they don't do that, because you've been programmed to make yourself feel like the boss. Who's the boss of the water? If you the boss of whatever you own, who's the boss of the grass? Who's the boss of the sky? Who's the boss of the roads that you drive on? Who's the boss of the environment? Who? Because if you're the boss and there's things around you, because you consider yourself being a boss because you control things or you manipulate things. I call myself a boss because I don't control things, regardless if I have the power to control things or not. That's when your purpose means you do the thing that you do because it's a part of your purpose, which means it could be accident or purpose, still be a part of your purpose, not go against you. And this time, so if you know what this time is anyway, it's not what time of day it is. It's time in the process. Conversation is to develop. It's not about connection. Connection is about development. You know what challenge for older people to get into a relationship? Because they think that they know themselves, so they have nothing else to develop. Meaning nothing is young, new, or exciting enough. And then you know who gets to bend that way in mentality? I mean, physical representation, but it look like it's mentality. It's women, and then it's mentality, but it look like physical representation. That's men, because men are logic. That's in the mind, but it look like it's physical. So they say men can damage things with their hands, and women can damage things with their words, because for them it appears to be physical. It appears to be mental, but it's physical. There we go, because that's what it actually comes out to be. It's not fixing my words to get the story straight. If I had a broken neck and the words don't come out correct, and I say the word again, I'm showing patience to one, work through air, pressure. That's it. Because if you don't have enough air pressure coming out, and you're talking at a certain volume, then the words do or they do not come out of your face. It's not enunciating. It's, do you have enough air way? Not, do you have enough oxygen? Do you have enough leadway, called your air passageway, in order for that air to be untrapped from your body, to come out of your body in the first place, which has a process before it comes out and is considered words. So do you care about humans? Or do you only care about getting what you want as fast as when you want? Because I can tell you the answer. You may not like the answer. Does not make me incorrect. And it makes me more right that you say that. Yes. Makes my head hurt too. I know, you know, you had that look like synchronicity. I know, because it's scary. How does thing seem like it's supposed to happen? And people call that a miracle or coincidence, as in, that's a sign. When instinct is scary, and that's the sign. Not instinct is full of fear. If you're full of fear, you won't go this direction. You go the opposite direction. Because once you make it to love, you'll find fear. But it will be love disguised as fear. Or fear disguised as love. And fear is your ego. Ego is fear. Just call it what it is. See, people say death is inevitable. And they act like they already got over it. But you didn't. That's okay. The ego is fear. It takes people their entire life, and sometimes even afterlife, to even accept the thought of life without them. People like me who can think about those things. We get told we're lazy. We ain't doing nothing. Never we not ambitious. Because I would die for what is for me. And I need ample rest to wake again and rise from any slumber called death, faster than thought to be possible. So yeah, I'll be resting. Yeah. I'll be chilling. Yeah. I'll be nonchalant. Yeah. It appears that I don't do much because I'm doing what I need to do. And a little extra that I do, that's what I get to do. Gratitude. That's what his time is. Gratitude. This symbolizes something here. One plus one equals 3. But 1 plus 1 equal 2. 1 plus 1 equal 2. Get it? 1 plus 1 equals 3. 1, 1, 1. Round 1, round 1, round 1. So 1 plus 1 equal 2. You do the exponents. You do the 2, and then you do the 1. That give you that 2. So it cancels some stuff out. But if you were to put this in the column, you put the round 2's. That's 3 round 2's, right? 1 round 4. And then you have 6 round 1 victories. And then we could take the 0, 0 out, the D and F out. So technically, that one exists, but it don't exist. And then you take the times of each round. Not only do you take the times of each round, you also take the method of each round. But you save that for after. First thing you do is you take the times, and then you put them together, and then you divide them after you add all the numbers together. And then you come up with your average for your win time. Only on round 1. Let me see what we got. That's a 5, 33. 33, huh? Then we got 8. You got that 5 that goes to 8, but it's only going to make it to 6, so you got the 20. It's a 20, but you put the 1 over there. 8, 9, 20, 3. 9, 23. And you got 11. 66. So that's 1206. And then what we're going to do to make this easy, 1206, 59, 1259, 1305. 1305. I'm doing this off the top of the head right now. I'm thinking about some other stuff. 1305. 1435. So what you do is, you got 1435. keep it in mind. 14.35, 14.35. Cool. Now, that's that. Now, the reason I put that number down is because now what we're going to do is, now we're going to count how many round ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. We already know how many it was. Now, 14.32 divided by 6, just flat 6, equals 2.3867. 6 to 7, that's a 7. 7, 8, that's a 9. 9 to 3, that's a 4. So average win time for the round ones was 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now I'll speed up this process. These are round twos. That one really ain't count. So 1435 divided by 5. All right. I probably messed this one up by a lot. Is it division or multiplication? So you divide it and then you multiply it. Saw some whack stuff right there. It's funny. I got it right though. 1435 divided by, because if you do the 6, then that's going to take you to, that's it. But hey, I lost all the numbers real quick, and this how you do it. That's why I was write it down. Alright, forget it. We're just gonna do this right here. Heavy as the made of stone. So you should know can be right. 672 divided by 3. 2.24. What I said, 2.4 seconds. And then 29 equals plus 2.40 plus 0.29 equals 4.93. How long is a round though? Can it go up to 5 minutes? If it do go up to 5 minutes, then my average time for the last 10 fights is for one round, which would be 4 minutes and 93 seconds. Nah, heck no. I'm way off of that. Let me wait. 60 seconds. This is decimal, but since I'm doing decimals, you mentally you transition metrics, and if you could do that, then you can see it. It's called verbal math. Okay. It's when you reference numbers, different things. Use imaginary numbers, because I'm using imaginary numbers. The imaginary number I'm using here is 60 seconds. To these decimals, which is 4.93, the imaginary number, is that it ends at 60 seconds, but it never ends at 60 seconds. Since it never ends at 60 seconds, it can continue up to 100, which will get us to the decimals. Now I take that 60 seconds, and we got 93 on the back end, so it's going to be 33. That means 5 minutes, 33 seconds. That's my average time for the last 10 fights. So we do 5:33 divided by 10 times by 2.665 by 2.7. It's gonna be let's say 2 minutes and 72. Wait, no. Wait. It's gonna be 7. So I need both of those. 267. I mean, it's 2.665. Put that 5 over to the 6. It's gonna raise you up to a 7. You can keep going, but you need these numbers. So we're just gonna take it at 2.67. That's 7 seconds after. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Alright. I said how it's gonna go. 3 minutes. Maybe a little bit longer for the time. I'm not banking on that time though. But it was in the night.
You ready to fight? Ready. Good.
All right, here we go. UFC lightweight title on the line. Another blistering combination there, really starting to do a nice job stringing his shots together.
And you can see the damage in his opponent's body, his face, his body, his legs. He's beating him up on all the targets. It's not one guy just headhunting. He is finding every opening that is presented to him.
Big right hook there by the champ.
Moving his head pretty well defensively on the ground here. All right, working inside his opponent's guard here.
You cannot sit in these jiu-jitsu guys' guard. And you can't have one arm in, one arm out. Guys will start throwing up legs, chasing triangles.
All right, so he just decides to get up here and let the opponent up. How good is this action about a minute in? I think I'm gassing out just watching this thing.
I'm exhausted trying to call all the strikes that these two men are throwing at each other. What a fun fight.
Yeah, hate to be the punch counter tonight.
Oh, nice foot sweep.
3 minutes to go.
Big ground and pound. You can't take all those unanswered strikes. They don't have to be that damaging.
Yeah.
You just got to move. Armbar.
Ooh, that looks wicked tight.
It's getting tight now. He's advancing. This has got to be it. He's got the submission.
No way, he got out.
This is a guy that never gives up on himself. He was able to clear his head, defend the armbar. The fight was done. He lets the fight on.
I said a minute. Wait, no. It said 2 on the clock. So I do 5.00 minus 2.00. That's 3 flat. We said it was going 3. We said it was going to be 3.7. $3.7? $3.07. I said 3.07. I said 3 minutes and 7 seconds was going to be the time that I was going to possibly win the next fight. I won the next fight by submission, but they disconnected themselves at 3 minutes and 1 second. That's how math works. And the fact that I said that there was a possibility of 3 minutes and 7 seconds already put something on it, even if I wasn't like, yeah, I'm really trying to get this, because I already have something on top of that, and that is the fact that I have the championship belt, and I had already previously defended the championship belt for 10 times, and that was going to be the 11th time I defended the belt. And I'm throwing out numbers here that could seem like nothing, putting them together, and putting them together again, and putting them together again, and checking myself using metacognition, showing you this is metacognition. Not being prideful about it, because I told you at the beginning I wasn't expecting nothing from what I told you about nothing. I told you I did that, and I didn't say there was an expectation for it. I just let you know that you could do this with numbers, and it can do these things. I gave us some numbers added up to something. We kept a number. We went into our next journey. We kept that number in mind without knowing how to get to that number. And that fight was interesting. The reason why that fight was interesting, because it looked like I was losing that fight, and it didn't look like I was winning the fight. But if you weren't thinking about it that way, it didn't look like I was winning or losing. But we got down to the ground, and then in mine, I don't know if you noticed it. When I thought about how much time that was, I was like, we don't have that much time. We got like a little bit of time. So I threw elbow, elbow. Then I think he went up, punched me in the stomach, face a couple times. I'm like, I'm taking some shots. I'm getting rocked right now. Am I about to win that one? And that's when the weight of the time came in mind. And it wasn't like, do I really feel like, am I going to win this? It was like, if there was a way to describe that feeling, that was the feeling. And then I forgot. And it's not like I don't remember, I just forgot. And then I went with the flow, was kind of nonchalant about it. Somehow got into the submissions. I mean, where was I? How did I get into that? What was it? The arm bar? There it was. The how? Okay, yeah. So I got into the arm bar, put them in there, and I thought they were gonna break out the arm bar then. And I wasn't. I don't know what I was paying attention to. Did the arm bar work out? And I was focused, and then I went for the next one. And then I saw them try to slip out the submission, and I did my thing. I went for the submission, got it in, and then as they were trying to slip out, that's when it was like, over. It's done. They didn't want. I mean, they were doing good too. Though I was doing what the numbers were saying was gonna happen. And the best part about this is it wasn't exact, as in like 3:07. Because if it was exact, 3 minutes 7 seconds, that would have been spooky good, spooky scary, spooky accurate, scary accurate. Like that would have been too good to be true. Like even like hacking, cheating, because that's a possibility. So when something's perfect and there's ability to like hack something, or you think that is, people think that even people in real life is hacking. So they'll say, you doing this, you doing this, and you doing that. But the fact that I did better and close to, and not too far away. Like, if it was like a minute, you'd have been like, you just throwing stuff out there. And it's not like I was waiting for the time. Cause trust me, I wasn't looking at the time waiting. I looked at the time and I was like, I don't even. I was like, how do you? This time is going backwards right there. How am I supposed to figure this part out? And I just didn't think about it no more after that. I was nervous about it for sure. I think we should get off of this game. 11 is the number of awakening. 10 is the number of new beginners. 9 is the number of the end of old cycles. 8 is a mixture of foundation and abundance. Having, double in foundation. That means like lessons and blessings, and that could be challenges and tribulations as well within that. 7, that's an intellectual number. That's like a hidden intelligence of self. That's like when you become your own prodigy and your own mastery. Not something that people can pay for or not pay for. That's not a part of it. You got your 6, right? When you figure out what your creativity is separated from what people identify creativity to be in inception. That's identification. The reason I'm going to say it that way is because if you identify them as the way that they can be identified, that's a longer definition than the definition given. Definition be given for references. 5 is the number of change. 4 is the number of great victory or great defeat. People call that boredom. When you win so much, you call it winning. That's boredom. That's why I gotta get off this game. Ain't nobody gonna believe I'm this great. Look at this. You see that? They think I done manufactured the screen blueprint. They think I'm on PC with the super jig mogs or something like that. Loosey goose juice buttons. I ain't got none of that. This is all literal practice, and it's not just practice on this right here. You know what I mean? I practice on other games. It's just one of the games that seem to be challenging enough for me to put my time into to see if anyone would join me along the journey of improving. And that's what I hope for on any game that I play. People join up for the improvement. Wasn't in the second round. Was not in the third round. And the numbers that I gave you were in exact increments to the time frames. That means when I said 14:23 or 14:33, that's the number 14:33. That number was 14 minutes and exactly 33 seconds. That would have been, we do 5 and 5, right? 2 rounds is 5 minutes, right? And then that would have been the third round with my goodness, 27. It would have been the third round with 27 seconds left, or 20 seconds left, or 30 seconds left. But if we were just going off the numbers, it would be the third round in 4 minutes and 33 seconds used up of the time. You gotta see it. If you can't see it, then when you forget it, you won't know it by accident. Here's the thing about knowledge. It's not yours. People want you to think that that's not your wife or that's not your girl. It's just your time. No, that's your girl. Your thoughts are not yours. If there is just your time. That's why when people get on these journeys through elevation, however they consider themselves to be trying to do the elevating, man, it's deep. So deep I almost forgot it. It's like people separated from their person. You know, without even knowing what I'm talking about. People separate who they are from the experience, which means their life will never be connected to the experience, which means you don't connect your life to the experience, and when you come back to, you won't get back to yourself because there was nothing ever connecting you to this plane of existence to begin with, and that thing just showed you that there was nothing connecting you, and it just identified to you that you want to and you're looking for, and your purpose is there, and you're on your purpose. But the fact that you know you're on your purpose makes it seem like it don't exist because that's boring. Like if you know what your purpose is, you'd be like, I'm just here supposed to be a mom, make money, throw good tail, make some good food, heal stuff, yell at people for the right reasons with love. It's a problem. They be like, if I know what to anticipate, my expectations it won't ever be fulfilled. And if my expectations is pessimism, then anything that's optimistic like a man for a woman will be a problem. Even though it's right, it's wrong because it's the opposite of wrong. And if being right is wrong, then I'm okay with being wrong because right is wrong to the ladies. That's why whenever you make a law and a rule saying don't do nothing, you gotta think about who can't and who won't be able to do those things without rebelling. Because one day a rebellion will come. And even though for a long time people can do things, and others seem to not be able to, a time will come where many dimensions will be dismantled at one time. And whatever is left and can be found from the unison, collective, individual, together and at the same time, in solitude, self like evaporation. Because that's what those trips can be like from the way people talk about it. Even though that's what that can be like, metacognition is that. And I've been high off life way longer than anyone can even assume me to be high on any substance. And for that reason, of having a mind that's able to do, like limitless. A mind that can actually do the metacognition. Because this isn't about being slow, as in intelligent or not intelligent. There is a level in intelligence where if you're not physically strong enough, you really can't get any more intelligent. because being intelligent makes you lose weight. And there comes a certain point in time in fitness where you could be too fit to be intelligent, no matter how intelligent you are. Mind, body, spirit, and soul. It's like One Punch Man. Comical to many, though the perfect everything, which they showcase, literally, and they call it a showcase without calling it a showcase because it's called a showcase when you do a pre-date, like he did in animation. And they showcase that mind, that's the heights, body, that's the lows, as in ground, spirit, that's the running, and then soul, it's the thing that penetrates. That's the thing that gets through. It showed all that in animation, and a lot of people don't understand. And if the ladies don't understand that, it actually harms their future daughters more than it does to fix them. And the first thing someone would say is, "We're not broken." And the sad part about that is, the sad part for me sometimes is this: I really can't give you the protection back unless you ask for it. And it's not, if the apology isn't as loud as the disrespect is, if you can't be bigger than yourself, if you can't immediately evolve, and it's so sad, if you can't do what I've done. And I didn't say it was like, I didn't say someone was sad. The situation is sad because a lot of people are too adult to have the time to ask for apologies and body language. So time don't heal all, and bad things do happen to good people. So even though you can be forgiven, you can't be forsaken. And to be forgiven without being forsaken is worse than hell. Because hell is something you can imagine. If you don't learn the other part, and that is you're not your body. Then you liking the experiences that people seem to love will scare them more than their love for the experiences that they love. Especially authentically. Somebody will be like, "You are a little bit too into everything that I'm into. You need to stop because you're making it seem like I'm not really into the things that I'm into because I'm a practitioner with the things that I'm doing. And you actually do this. So you in it. You are it. I'm in it." It to them, they be like, "You are. I am in it." To them, they feel like they getting the effects and the experiences of it. To you, you are getting the effects and the experience of it. They are getting the things that's going to develop them so that they can be strong enough for the experiences that may be way far more worse than the experiences that they think that they're going through. And that goes for understanding. That's why you can say it at a certain point in time, because you've been strong enough to suffer enough to then have the time to express it for just in case. You are to suffer what it is you speak, for you not say what it is you are not able to suffer. That's why you can't be excused. Unless you are asking before making mistakes, knowing that you are imperfect. And that's what I try to support people with, but people think by me trying to support them and blocking the blocks against their blessings that other people can put on you, they think they can punish me for teaching them how to block the blocks that people put on the blessings coming for you. So I can further your blessings. And you think that trying to make it more challenging on me is going to get you closer to what you say you got. Because if you had it, you wouldn't need it. And if you had it, you wouldn't have to fight the need of not having. Can't play the victim, because when you really don't have, then you don't. And the necessity of need is still there. That's the facts and the real thing to be focused on. Not the immediate injustice. It's where's the right place? Then we handle the injustice. Time and place. Not hide and seek. Remember the SAC? Remember when I talked about lack and that says Versace? Versace got the same SAC in it that transactional has in it. Versace. She did it for the purse. And what that means is she did it for the deal to have the contract to the purses being made, not so she can get the one purse, because she's smart. That's a smart woman. She was like, I want a purse. You know what? I don't want them all. I want a purse, but I don't want a purse for the reason why you think I want a purse. I want a purse so they can have a purse. What they have, I need. They have the money. I have the purse. You give me the contract. I have my home. And now, I can be happy. Though, to find out, happiness wasn't the finances. It was the balance in a relationship. And money doesn't give relationship balance. It gives it misguided direction. Easy outs to lessons. So you spend time skipping lessons to do things that lead you back to the same place you're trying not to do things in. And it's not like slap in the face. It's like, if that's what it's supposed to be like, and you'd be like, that's not what it's. Okay, well, why is it like that if it's not supposed to be that way? Without giving yourself an excuse, without talking bad about yourself, without bringing failures up. Why is it that way if it's not supposed to be that way? And if you don't know the answer, then maybe you shouldn't talk about things that you don't know about that involve you when you don't even know where you're supposed to be going. Because you can block your own blessing. That's why we learn that other people can block our own blessings, because we learn through that how not to block our own blessings. You don't learn that other people can block a blessing so that you can block other people's blessings. Because if blocking other people's blessings is the blessing that you got, then you think that everything that you have right now is more than enough. And if you believe that everything you have right now is more than enough, then someday more than enough will be not enough for your lack of ambition towards knowing yourself, which will bring you closer to others, regardless if it seems to be on the terms you choose or not, though it still would be a positive motion. For time bears no known existence, meaning nothing ever existed to begin with. And the fact that nothing ever existed to begin with and things do exist means that more things than you know are possible. And if more things than you know are possible, then when you look outside yourself for information, you look to the world, not so you can become the world. And you take a conscious, philosophical viewpoint, one where you choose no sides and you see everything and you know nothing at all. Your seeing isn't knowing. Understanding is a reference. Experiencing is having. After experience is called releasing. You could be in denial about releasing, but everybody's in all those places all the time without your choice, just because you exist and because you exist with and around people, regardless if they're family or not. And that's how it connects to your neighbor or anyone else around you. It simply means it's possible for someone else to experience the same thing that you already experienced. Does not mean that necessarily the exact same thing. And simply because it is the exact same thing does not mean that everything that is in sync or is glittery. Not everything that is glittery is golden, and not everything golden is glittery. That ties to the understanding past the surface, which continues the notion of conversation. Sometimes information is given, and the way that it is finished off lets you know there's more. It's not called a cliffhanger. It's called Where the Land Was Split by Sea. Information parted because it was time. Healing is not something you ask for if you understand how painful it is. To ask the question, why would healing be painful when its job is to put in order things that are not in order, which once were in order, against its own will? Healing is going against the will of something for its goodwill. That's why God is good all the time. And all the time God is good. Because even when you think that God is breaking you down in order to take you out, and then you get praised to something else. In order to heal you, you must break again And if you are not willing to break again in order to heal, then do not begin to ask to heal. When you break a bone, we learn this, or I've learned this in corrective exercise, the courses in which I've taken. When the bone breaks, it can shatter. And when it grows back, it can, one, grow back. That's something. And then it can compact, growing tinier. Or it can expand, growing wider. Which means the bones change shape and size. Since I know this information, because I not only just know it from life experience as a person who taught themselves how to flip, do acrobatics, tumble, has also done gymnastics, has also been a professional acrobat, am still a professional. Someone who continuously and frequently exercising it throughout my life have given other people information to exercise for their life coaching and mindfulness. Through my experiences, since the bones can change shape and size, and in order to get there, one, that's a process, but we're going to get back to that. When your bones shrink and compact or they expand, one, those are things that throughout history have been adaptations to people's being that have kept them alive, protected them from things, saved other people's life, improved situations, have also progressed science. All the things that people consider to have been demon worship once they have gotten their hands on has been something that they have tried to study to bottle so that they can use it as a way to make the world better. If you don't know it comes from a good place, then trying to use something that came from a good place to put it into a good place will only make it bad. That's why anytime a problem happens and you don't know how it happened, that means a negative and a positive came together. Not a negative and a negative. Because if a negative and a negative came together, that means you're both either actively in whatever agreement of disagreement or disagreement of agreement. That means if you fighting, then y'all fighting. If y'all not fighting, then y'all not fighting. If one person is fighting and one person isn't fighting, if one person is saying someone's fighting and one person isn't fighting, if one person is saying somebody's not fighting and they are fighting, if nobody's fighting and someone's saying everyone's fighting, social psychology. If people are saying one person is fighting by themselves, or one person is not fighting by themselves. It's a lot of references. Point being, to the bones being able to expand and shrink. If you have to undo the pain that it took for that beauty of modification to happen, then it's going to be more painful than it took or required to happen to make that beautiful thing happen to begin in the first place. And the pain that it took to get into those situations is not pain that we asked for. And it's a lot of pain. And if you, like me, have done your own healing or surgical processes without needing to see under the surface, I'm not saying I can't, not needing to. Because everybody want me to be present here. And to understand presence here is still present everywhere. Like, the reason why the ladies, when it comes to their time after, complain about their stomach is because their hips, not because their stomach. Because if their hips are aligned with the rest of their body, then their stomach wouldn't be able to be in that position in their body. Because their hips and their femurs are broken. And it takes a real strong man to notice the amount of pain that it takes to heal pain is 10 times the pain of 10 times the pain you did not ask for. But this is what you're asking for. So healing feels like torture if you do it right. It feels like crying, being happy, being mad. That's sad or sorrow, grief, the feelings that people do not allow men to feel. So men, since you tell us to not have feelings, or you make no way for it, in many occasions, by just saying it is what it is to allow it to happen. And the healing that you're asking men to give to you is not given to you because you don't give men the peace to figure out the silence of healing their own pain. And that requires what you consider toxic masculinity amongst men in order to heal the pain that men go through, which is not the pain that women go through. Women go through pain that changes their body. Men go through pain that changes their mind. And you can see the changes to a woman's body, and you can see the changes to a man's mind. You have to think like a man. You just have to see like a man, and then you can think like a man. Once you see like a man, you never want to see like a man if you're not a real man. It's not if you a young man, old man, beta, alpha, gamma. It's not about that. It's just biological. Any way that you can get into the party of being a male and it not being like you done bought your way in or sold your way in, then you a real man. And that's the same thing for a woman. It's not disrespectful to say that it is dress up to you or anyone else who's transitioning before it feels like it's a real thing. And if you can agree with that part, it's not about hurting feelings. It's about, even though you don't feel like where you was where you wanted to be at, where you heading still feels like a process you have to warm yourself into. Because even though you felt like it was something else, your feelings don't make the reality of figuring out when you figure out. And you may not never tell no one. No one may never know. Or the people you do tell, you do tell. And without that proper experience myself and just being a mindful individual, thinking, not about myself, but the person. And they can say it harsh as they want to because they're the person. But I'm going to say it honestly without trying to hurt nobody's feelings. And if you don't listen to my plea, that's not on me. It may be something I have to stand to show my wrath for, which means it's still not on me. And that's why I say it's sad. Because even if I want to help you, after you ask me not, it's not my pride that's stopping me. It's your judgment that said no more. And when you say no more, And I take what you're saying without spite. And I don't paint it any other way. People say that person's an asshole, but that person is the only one who's standing on business. And the business is even against my own heart. I gotta do what is right for you. And that is allow you to go down that path you say is the one for you. And if helping you is not helping you, then I won't help you. Imagine having a lot of love and a lot of people telling you not to help them because they think your love is only to a end of a physical outcome. When nothing exists without the physical realm. So it always has to be something physical, not tangible. Tangibles are things that aren't anyone's at all. Physical is something that is everybody's. And that's why people protect the bodies of women. You take that, the way of thinking, and the women can actually do that same thing for men. And it's not like you don't, not you haven't, not you won't, not you can, will, should. Not that. It's why. When you figure out why you do something, you figure out why you need to do something. And then when you figure out why you need to do something, you figure out your reason to never not do it on accident. Never is not possible. Doing is something that's a choice. Possible is something that you create. Never not possible. Meaning it's not impossible for something to happen. Living in a mindset of that people can or can't do means that you set limitations in a world that you want to give you full range. And when you set limitations for other people, instead of pathways that eventually show them the way, and that's usually identified however it is. That could be, this is my boyfriend, this is my husband. That's the person leading you through the passageway so that when you make it to the outside of the passageway, you'll know what you need to do and you'll make the choice to be with them. The the representation of masculine and feminine is not something that has to be explained. That's a person. You're a person. That's a man. That's a woman. That's the order. A woman could demand that a man give her direction. If a woman is in the position and she does not know how to because it's not what her body does, then she still will have to produce the same outcome. No matter how uncomfortable it is. Similar for a man. If he's in a situation he has to produce same outcome as a woman, it's heavier weight for the men to do that. As in, like, you notice more that men are being punished for those things, and vice versa, women aren't being as punished for those things. And punishment is what comes after whatever you call consequence. Whatever y'all call accountability, whatever you call accountability is consequence. You call accountability consequences. Oh no, you call consequences accountability. Because women think men are supposed to take all the accountability, which means, from what I'm seeing, women mean that men are supposed to take all the consequences for the ability. No, take all the consequences for all the actions that are to go on. So if she runs around starting fights with everyone because of passive aggression, you have to be there. And no matter what she say, even if she wants to stay in that situation, you have to lead her to outside of that pathway. And she doesn't know that. And for the men who may get to understand what I mean, a little glimpse, it's darn near impossible to lead her outside of that because she created it. And what we create, we want to take full credit for. And going outside of that will be unglorious. So she's not going to allow you to leave there. It's you leave there dead or alive. And that's what they consider to be masculine. But that is feminine. Because masculine would be the logic of what's the most safe thing, not what's the most glorious thing. Not what can go viral, what can get the clout. The most sensible thing that may not get the clout is looking over your shoulder while you're walking in the direction that you call home. Leave in danger, not trying to look cool. But since the wind blows when you change directions, every time you swivel your head, you appear to be cool. In order to lead most women to salvation, you have to have intercourse with them. Coming to a time, women won't allow you to lead them anywhere unless you have intercourse with them, and they won't allow you to have intercourse with them unless everywhere you were heading, you forgot about for them. And somehow remember because of them. It's the channel. You wanna know why? Because my eyes are not open. Sometimes during. And if my eyes are open, I'm not directly looking at whatever I'm looking at. You should probably watch Percy Jackson and then come back here. After you watch Percy Jackson and then you figure something out about all that stuff, come back to me. When you're ready to, when you are emotionally mature enough for the wisdom, you will find yourself here with God. Though until then, you will find yourself amongst the crowd and people similar to yourself and separate so far. And as close as you are to God, they are as well. Because if you find God in solitude and isolation, but you find love next to someone else, and people are too old to be giving someone else peace, both sides. What truly gets done? And the state of porn is being horny. And if nothing gets done, then everybody gets frustrated enough to the point where it's the state of porn. Anger, frustration, spite, and grief. Then people only get together to have children out of spite of each other. Child support doesn't exist because it's needed. Child support exists because there haven't been any other avenues or passageways in society that have been transitioned to make the world prosper when it comes to unmonetized romance. Not unadulterated, because if it's unadulterated, it's the same thing I said. Because that's childlike. Even if you're doing adult things. That's what romance is. Being childlike without anything outside of time. And space to invoke laughter, joy, comfort, and even adrenaline, which most people know through the emotions of anger. So we're not saying anger, we're saying through adrenaline, because that you can find in happiness, and also in sorrow, and also in anger. Because those are the only ones that truly exist. You're either happy, sad, or mad. Bored is sad. It can even be mad. You call that frustration. We call a laziness happiness, and that can be a mixture of frustration and anticipation. You could be so happy you want something to be over. So, we're gonna get off this screen right here and see what the next game will be. Don't even know. Don't even know. Wait a second. Pray, pray on me, Lord, pray. Wait a second. I need you to bring, wash away the dirty ways and make a favor. I need you to rain like me, Lord, rain. I need you to rain money on me. Yeah. My pockets is written out in the end. Above body and in my spirit. Manifesting all the ways that we live. Beyond all the things that we see in. Heart full of love, battlefield. I need you to rest on me, Lord, rest. I need you to rest. I need you to rest on me, Lord, rest. Holy Spirit, I need you to rest. I still gotta take a picture of this real quick, actually. I need you to rest on me, Lord, rest. Shoot, don't be with me. Don't be cuddling with me. You figure out. You be like, you be acting. I don't pillow talk. I space time travel. That's why ladies don't lay with me. 'Cause every time they do, they come out as different people. Thousands of years in the future. I need you to run on me, Lord, run on me, Lord, run. Oh. Okay, turn this thing off, and then we're gonna get to the other game bits. All right. I'm gonna get us on some sound real fast. I feel heavy meditated. That's what I feel.